City. And we are on day 2 of the high roller event. We're in the business end of it. We are down to 2 tables. Gary's there busy briefing the players again. You can see the players sitting around there. We are approaching the final table. They're playing 6 players. This was a 40k buy-in with a 2 million rand guarantee. We had 55 entries. And paying 6 places, 1 million rand for first, down to 110,000 rand for 6th place. There's our cameraman Paul in the front. He goes around with the roving camera, and in the background is the other table. So we are 6-handed at this table. Actually 7-handed. There Warwick comes in as well. So Muaz Ghani, then Joe Steggers, then Mark Damata, then Warwick Riand, then Moto O'Hara, then Ahmed Karam, and then Lauren Pia on our feature table. So Muaz under the gun folds. Blinds are 10,000, 20,000 with a big blind ante of 20. Mark Damata in the hijack.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Sorry, I don't know.
Lauren was Lauren's right. The button's here.
You big blind.
I was big blind first.
It's on the right side.
Mark Damata folds. Warwick is out the way. Round to Moto. King Jack off.
45?
On the button.
He said we're not dealing one more hand.
Yeah, he wanted the one hand.
Yes. I know you did. In my head,
He has raised. Ahmed's quickly out the way. Option is on Lauren. She makes the call. Defending her big blind with the 10-7. The flop is 9-3 queen. No help for Lauren. Gut shot for Moto.
that's the one that I'll be interested in taking.
It's gone check. Action back on Lauren.
Thank you.
It's checked again. King high of Moto still ahead. Lauren checks. Moto checks behind.
10-eye, queen eye, king eye, and that'll be done.
Ahmed, the most active player on the table, 34% VPIP. And that was from the session before the break up until including now.
Okay, so I just spoke with the Monster Jam Sunbet Tour people, and the current plan is to play down to 9 and do a redraw for the final table, and if we have time we will continue playing to the money this evening. It is dependent on time and how many players drop out as and when. So the plan is play to 9, which will be the final table, and after that play to the money if we have time. If not, we will come back tomorrow as per planned. Warwick with the queens here.
Facing the raise of 40k by Joe.
Warwick shoves it in. He wants to C5 with that. Realise all the fold equity he's got in his hand. And he should get this through, I would have thought. Still think it through, but it's a tough call, but I think it's a fold. I mean, we can see he's at 23% equity, so and there you go, through it goes. And Warwick will pick those up.
There are the 3 millionaires at the top of the table. Ahmed, Mark Tamata and Moto O'Hara.
To use Gio's words, all the chips are on my table.
Yep.
Apparently, Gareth is just short of 4 million.
I know.
Broken. 3-2.
Mudders here looks like he's the shortest stack out on that table.
I think that's quite possibly the case.
Oh, they're breaking each
There's
other.
certainly some very large stacks out there.
No, it's slow.
Training.
Like it's gonna be big. This whole French Open, there'll be a lot of breaks. It's just slow.
As
Like
long as Djokovic doesn't win it.
Djokovic.
Warwick out the way.
Yeah.
Fire.
Moto follows suit. Ahmed out the way. Up to Lauren on the button. Ace deuce on the button. She raises.
So Joe picked up another suited hand here, and he's in the big blind this time, so a slightly different dynamic. Whether or not he just calls this off, or whether or not he puts it in and decides to see all of them. He's against Lauren, and Lauren will have the vivid memory of the eights versus the aces in her mind, I'm sure. So off to the flop we go, and all red cards, no help, ace high, ace high ahead.
Action back on Lauren.
And Lauren will be very conscious that Joe could be quite tricky here, looking to spin some up, so the sizing will be commensurate with that thinking. You put 40 odd into 120. That's a little tester bet there to control. And if Joe's got nothing, she knows he has to fold. And away it goes. And the best hand. Ace high will win. And 77,000 the good, and Joe's stack will diminish a little bit more. Unfortunately for him. So shout out to our sponsors at Sunbet Poker Tour, to the Liquid Intelligent Technologies for all your connectivity needs, helping you with your digital future. Warwick Wigan will be under the gun with ace 9. Nice shot of Warwick there. Folds that out. Blinds at 10-20, 20 on the big blind ante, 50k in the middle. Pocket jacks for Ahmed.
45.
King 4, they'll go in the muck.
25 more.
Quickly folded round.
No opposition yet for Ahmed.
These jacks take down the money to offer in the middle.
Blue team. Every time I look up, I just see sixes.
50k sitting in the middle now.
So as reported, all the chips are on the outer table. So Gareth's got a monster stack there. You can see Faisal has got a monster stack also. According to Gio, he's approaching 3 million.
Gio and Harold on short.
If you think those stacks are a lot bigger than 20s, so
20.
that number is probably right.
One man army. 33.
Balls with garbage.
40-15.
Joe quickly folds. Mark Tomato raises.
40-15. I mean, I swear about 4 hours ago I said to Lauren, how could I have won? You said
About 8
6-1,
hours.
you were 70 to 1.
So Warwick's got 419,000. He's in the big blind. So already committed some troops to the middle.
He defends with his ace deuce.
All I know is that clear
A little bit of chub there between the two of them. And Jack is off flop.
First set.
Yeah.
Broke the first game.
Action still on Warwick here. 50,000 was the bet by Mark. Warwick's got to decide if Mark's got a pair or if his ace high is going to be good when it comes to showdown.
Calls one street.
Mark bets 80. Okay, so I think Warwick has to give this up. You can see the look of resignation on his face. And Mark doesn't show his cards. I suspect he had a pair.
Tells Warwick I had a full house.
I suspect that's true. He did raise with a pair, I suppose. We'll never know. Okay, so nice view of the outer table while the inner table's just doing the shuffle. And these are little slam tables. 12 plus of them now. Over 100 players out there. King 10 for Ahmed here under the gun. Ahmed's sitting on 1.5 million. So spun it up a little bit since the break. It was 1.44 when we stopped for dinner.
Was out the way with the ace-6 suited. Alma takes that hand down.
Joe with ace-3 again, this will go in. He's in the hijack, remember, this time, so a lot later position. Less players to get through. Warwick with the queen-8 has already folded. Moto with ace-2, dominated with the ace-3. And round to Ahmed. Ahmed might call this off, huh? Queen-10 suited, that's borderline, but he might call it. Nope, gives it up.
Just enough fold equity for Joe there.
Joe pick up another rotation, 50k to the good, so well done there. Picture spot nicely.
Not shot of the little slam, both sides of the corridor there. Action on Moors. Quick folds round to Warwick.
Warwick can't seem to pick any hands up here. Looking to spin it up a bit. Moto folds. Army with ace jack suited. We'll see some action from him.
Limps in. Oh wow. How fortunate for him that he only limped in. Warren pops it up. Ahmed comes along.
Nothing for Ahmed there. This will go bet fold. 130 in the middle. She's taking 70 odd here.
32,000.
Oh wow, that's a small bet.
It's a please come call me. Shows ace jack suited. She's got aces.
Thank goodness. X-rated show. Gio enjoying a little bit of banter with Gareth there. Looks like Johnny's in the hand as well here. Joe ace-6 under the gun. He'll go to the muck, I'm sure. He's going to be putting all his money in this early.
Why you got kings?
Block folds. Warwick looking down at his cards, trying to squeeze something out there. Moto folds.
Oh, it made the most sense, right?
H7 for Ahmed. Lauren with a king 10. I fancy a bit of play out of this from the small blind.
Raises it up.
And Wells gives up his small blind. Big blind, sorry. To the small blind.
Every time he broke it like 7 times. Every set.
Mark Tomato folds. Round to Ahmed. Lauren out the way to Moaz. Small blind. Folds because of the small stack of Joe. Very aware that if you raise or limp to him, you could face the shove. So Johnny D all in on the turn here. Harold in the tank. Harold lets go, taps the table. Johnny D shows him. King Queen.
4-4 now.
This is a very important game.
Spades, so I think he had a flush draw and straight draw.
Obviously not playing that well.
Yeah.
All the other OBs playing really good.
20.
So Warwick under the gun.
20 big.
Folds. Motors out the way, round to Ahmed.
45.
Ahmed makes it 45. Was folds, round to Joe Steggers. Queen 9 suited in the small blind. Kind of hand he would normally like to see a flop with, but his stack is just hindering him a little here.
All in.
Oh, and he moves all in. Good, strong move by Joe. Sensing that Ahmed's opening a wide range. 10-4 for Mark Dematta. He folds, and Ahmed's already folded. So, nice play there by Joe. So, Moto will be under the gun.
20.
Folds the Queen 10 from early position. Ahmed Jack 3 off. Let's go. Round to Lauren. 5 deuce into the muck. Up to Moaz. King 6 suited in the cutoff. He's going to get active with that.
Always been a
31.
He raised it to 50k. Mark Dematta folded the small blind up to Warwick in the big. Jack 6 off. He folds. Moaz will get the steal through.
Small bit.
it's 40-15. I mean, hopefully he can break him instant. Oh, well, you and RCB.
That's a big position. Down
Dude,
to
are you joking?
66.
Ahmed under the gun.
I had a free bet. I took a multi. 3 teams.
Out the way to Lauren.
I just stuck RCB in.
She folds. Was second hand in a row, he wants to raise up. Makes it 50k.
106.
So Steggers
155.
folded. Mark Dematta has 3 bet. So 100k onto Moaz to call. Moaz working out what he has behind.
50. 106.
And he gets out the way. Nice hand pocket queens, Mark Damata. With a 3-bet, he takes that hand down. So Warwick now approaching the danger zone. 14 bigs. Not in there yet. Still a bit of play left. Lauren under the gun.
Well, that's against any player who's going to triple.
Two Moors. Folds. Just Diggers folds. Automata's out the way. Warwick from the button. Let's go. So Moto limps in. Homer checks behind with a king 10. Flops top pair. Moto checks. Ahmed will bet his king and take down the hand. So Ahmed adds to his growing stack. Picture of that outer table.
Building towers down there, Mr. Zanetti. It's like Johnny's the guy to call here.
Joe out the way. So it looks like a hand between Harold and Johnny D. Come back to the action on the feature table.
Warwick with the best cards he's seen for a while in the cutoff. It's a raise to 50 by Waz. Warwick's thinking of shoving here, trust me. Well, they're going to go in the muck. He thinks that Waz is too strong. Ace 2 for Moto gone. 9-10 suited. I think you're going to steal Lauren's big blind that quickly. So 50k, and we'll go off 6, 7, 9. King high ahead. $130 in a pot, so he's going to bet somewhere around half pot and try and get Lauren to fold here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's going to put in the continuation. He's just working out his sizing there. It's slightly smaller. But it's enough to get the job done.
So we've got a couple of short stacks across the two high roller tables that are looking to get it in. I mean, Warwick and Joe have both been looking for spots here. Warwick's been a little less successful.
RCB 7 to 10, 11 to 10, huh? I just saw 6-6. Again.
No, I was thinking in my head. Come on.
Warwick with the pocket fives in the hijack.
That was 1 run.
just limped in. Motor with the ace queen suited. Gonna raise it.
63.
Lauren in the small blind. She folds. Well, let's go his big blind quickly.
Very, very lucky. I'm a pair, believe it or not.
Yeah.
A pair, I swear to God.
It's flicking.
I was going to jam it up.
Yeah.
I was going to jam it up. I wasn't feeling it.
Sure.
I wasn't feeling it. So you're calling the shot, obviously.
There are all those outer tables for the little slam.
100%.
12 full tables this side.
20. Yeah, I think so. How much? Alain?
Warwick moves it all in with ace jack.
Alain?
So it's a round where the loft, the 3 6s is lost over every time.
And it's folded round and Warwick survives his all in.
Good for Warwick. He needed a little pick me up there.
I think I saved my tournament life.
There's our outer table from another angle.
Had a pair. This guy's just lucky. Big ace.
The sun's chip sitting behind his hands. He's still got a fair amount there.
Just
20.
how much before that guy steals my shoe, you know? I was like, he might steal my shoe sometime.
Gareth bets the turn, gets the two blinds to fold and takes down the hand.
So the hand on the feature table has been dealt. Ahmed in the hijack is on the action. He's raised it up to 45. Lauren's out of the hand now. Whilst with ace 5's gone. And Joe Steggers will be out of the way. So
Just both 5 wide.
all clubs there. Another player holding a club. Up and down straight draw, of course, for Mark.
That fourth club, going to make it interesting now. Whoever bets will take this hand down. Check, check.
And Mark gets the check mark. Check, check. And Mark will win the hand. So, Moto 1.1 million, which is about the average stack at the moment, will be our under the gun player. If you take out Gareth's stack, it's probably less than $1 million, the average stack.
Yeah, he's taking a large chunk of it. I think the total chips in play 16.5 million.
Well, lots.
He's got a quarter of those. Ahmed with another hand to raise with. out the way. Joe with the pair on the button.
Yeah, that'll be some action, I'm sure. What was the raise to by Ahmed?
45.
So Joe put him on the 2 overs here. Yep, there we go. That's it all. Across to Ahmed. Mark is going to fold. Warwick folds, I'm sure. And Ahmed needs to know the price, and the price is 400,000 and some change. And just a little bit too much, so that's a good pickup for Joe there, 95k. That's Ahmed's raised plus the small and big blinds.
Yeah, that small and big blind, and the big blind entry is already 50k plus the raise. Nice.
Shafi holding court there.
Banks and Doc Lottering, there'll be a lot of chitter-chatter on that table.
James at the end of the table there. Mickey Sandler with his back to us. Pocket Simmers for Ahmed. Was deciding what he wants to do here, whether he just flat calls. It appears so. Sounds like a raise to me.
Yes, 3-bet it.
Warwick's 2s are in the muck, and it'll come round to Ahmed folds.
Action out there in the little slam.
Pocket 4s for Moz.
Joe folds the ace line, Mark Tamata folds the 9-7, Warwick's out the way. Moto's a quick folder, up to Ahmed. Ahmed with ace king, and he puts enough to put Muaz all in.
That's a fold all day this, I'm sure.
And Muaz knew you straight away. He said, "You've got ace king, I should take my chances and flip." Mudder's here surviving nicely. He hasn't gone any downy chips, so he's picking up his rotation every now and again.
put it though. No, look, I don't know what's happening, but by the body language, they look confident.
Well, ace king offsuit versus 2 4s is almost a flip. It's about 44, 40, 50, 56. Aces for was this time. Don't think he'd be folding these so easily.
What has he done from under the gun? So he's raised to 50k. Lauren comes along.
Now we know that Was has got aces here, so Lauren gets a piece of that with her 10. So check. Go back across to Was.
Continues.
Shouldn't fold this.
Be grateful that we made.
Shows the 10 and she folds. Or shows her the aces.
I was gonna jam 10 jack suit. You know that I'm
Ten, that's straight forward.
well, we're gonna have to turn and grab it. It seemed like a good spot for me.
Moaz will be in the big blind.
Yeah.
Confident. He's
So
walking
no
back
casualties
like the
as the
ball
break.
into the fence.
We will continue to play on
You know
until
when
we
they walk back
get
with
to
the ball
9
into the
players.
fence, they don't like bounce because they walk with their head down.
The short stacks have done their job well on this table and managed to pick their spots and survive. No major double ups, but certainly been chipping up and paying for the rotations as they go. Ahmed picks up another nice hand here, short hand, ace 10. Jack 10 suited for Lauren. I think she might call here. Yep, I think that's fair. Balls will have to get out of the way. And, it'll go round to, I think, Joe is next to act. Oh, he's already gone. So 7, ace 2. No hope for the Jack 10. Lauren will check this. This will be bet by Ahmed. And she'll need to fold.
Yeah, that's ten, yeah.
He had the winning hand, is what he heard. Steve caught me out there with Nico. Right in the far corner. Well, not right in the far corner, because the table to the right of them is in the far corner, and that's where Raymond Ramy sat.
There's somebody exiting. All the chips are being pushed across.
Really?
So Mark gets out of the way. He's the first player to act. Warwick with the 2-3. Not interested. Moto has been very quiet. Folds.
Yeah, since the break, Motor and Warwick haven't had much to play with.
Ahmed picks up another hand. 2 hearts for Lauren.
Nothing for Joe to defend with. It's amazing how often you turn to Moto and he's in between hands. His eyes are closing and he's having that little nap.
No, I told you, he's a bat. He is 100% human bat.
There's Abdulessa.
Andrew Anthony on the table. First time I've seen him for a while. With Cole Snyman and Edgar Antenzana.
Come to arrive.
Raymond's not at the table at the moment, but there's still the chips there.
Plenty of them.
The final is not a walk.
Well, let's just hope they lose to Rogerson.
Also, Coley might phone Hardik and say, brother,
Article puts
you
out-
got a long
able
future.
to tell quickly. Like it was fun. Then I was switch. With fun, I wasn't interested in switching.
You got a long
There we go.
future.
Motor's got a hand at last.
This is my season, brother.
47.
See a little raise from Moto.
Lauren with a suited ace in the cutoff. Was on the button with the suited ace 9. Folds. Joe Stegger's out the way. Mata folds. So Motor will get that one through.
I think 750 the
Still
guy.
7 and 7, 14 players left.
Nobody wants to move. So Motor's picked up a few chips in the corner here. He's looking pretty healthy again.
He needs what he needs, 150. I don't know if there's 100. But I don't think this, I think this will be fine.
20.
And the good news is all the people that are here for the main event. Yeah.
Lauren with ace 9.
I think
She's in the hijack, so 20 to call, limp to her, so she might take a little bit of initiative here, I think. 45. Mars is not folding here.
King 10 suited, he may even 3-bet her.
So raises it up. Folded. Yeah, Mars will pick that up. 95k.
Nice picture of Dobby.
Mr. Rainier Brits, the car king. And Jesse Rosen there as well.
what the previous and ace 9 diamonds, any good? No, I'm saying the end. You're open.
I had 8 4
Oh, they totally dominate.
Totally dominate.
Yeah.
Really?
I had a better kicker.
Ahmed again picks up cards. Pocket 9s this time.
I give you some respect.
45.
9. Ace 9 2.
And king.
That's what I had last time.
Lauren folds.
Oh, you're very,
Wise is out the way. Joe Stegger's quick fold.
very nice hand. I wasn't willing to
Away to Warwick.
Jack of spades.
Nothing to fight with. Moto says, let me have a look-see.
It's so weird. I don't get to play.
Yeah.
Like I don't even.
265, great flop for 9s. Check, bet, fold.
He checked.
It's fine. It'll be fine. I know.
50.
Become 40. Will be fine.
Yeah, 100%.
Love it.
That's what.
Yeah, Moto's not one to waste much time. Pretty much makes up his mind quickly.
Well, he needs time to go to sleep during hands. Who's Who's that over there? Mr. Nikanoi holding court in the distance. Kevin Governor to the right-hand side in the middle there, by the look of it.
I think Jonathan Kruger with his back to us. Next to Bruce Kanamea, I believe.
And there's Solly's bro.
20.
So the reason Gerard Solomon's not here is he has a ticket to the Champion League final on Saturday. There you go, how about that?
15.
You heard it here first. Well, it's pocket threes.
Ole.
Money goes in from Mr. Moore Warwick Wigan. There's 100 already on the table plus the blinds.
Yeah, it was a good spot for him. There was a raise and a flat call, so to get it in with the ace queen there, picks up extra money.
That's my point. And we're going to have a call, and we're going to get after it.
So Moaz is called for the flip. Can't ask for a much better flop for the ace queen there. And makes the full, makes the straight on the river. So nice hand for Warwick.
Small bit.
So with all the extra other money from Mark and the blinds and the antes, he gets more than a double up.
Small blind big blind.
Yeah.
Okay, worst folds.
40. 40,000.
So Joe raised with the a7 suited, all the way around to Ahmed. Pocket sixes for Ahmed.
It's amazing how many pocket pairs Ahmed has had in this session. It's quite unbelievable. Ahmed's sitting on 1.5 million. Well, that's a bit of confidence for you. So he's going to put Joe all in here. If Joe wants to play, we'll go across to Joe. Joe won't fold immediately. And there he goes. So, max pressure there. Joe was looking to see a flop, and looks like Ahmed sniffed that one out. I think if you put it all in there, Mark, he might have been different.
Yeah, I think then it's a tougher call for Ahmed. Then
Yeah,
all the
exactly.
pressure's on Ahmed.
Yeah, indeed. Look at Theo there. With his, is that an Irish hat, do you think?
Yeah.
The four-leaf clover.
Green with a four-leaf clover on. I think you may be right, Gaz.
Optimism. I love it. I don't know the young lady. I recognise her face, but I don't know her.
30,000.
Yeah,
Alvin
not,
Peeler to the right of the dealer there.
not familiar to me either.
52.
Yeah, and interesting, Alvin there, when he bust out this, and I said, are you re-entering? He said, no, there's too many big stacks. I'll rather wait for the little slab.
Nice. Pocket threes, these have been going round. And guess what? Army's got another pocket pair.
Just calls the raise this time.
In 9-2. Pocket 3 still ahead.
Gio. What do they need there? What's the cricket score?
72.
So like Mark bet there. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he gets almost to fold the threes.
Oh wow, so RCB won.
Just keeping up
Yeah,
that betting
let's
lead
go
and
celebrate.
taking it away.
Picks up 102,000 as well.
No. But
Price
I know
of poker
roughly
is
why.
going up rapidly.
No, the RCB went to outsider. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we were watching it here, yeah. From 5 to 1 early. You have a position?
More blind more.
You have a position?
So Warwick will be feeling a lot more comfortable. He's been grinding down, hadn't had much to play with. Ace Queen has put him back in it. Warwick finds another Ace Queen. This time he's first to speak.
60.
Half 28 total.
Yeah, sure.
Just going snapper on. Snapper on. Snapper on. That's all I can say.
So Warwick will take in that hand, get plus 50k.
Snapper on.
So Joe Steggers there at the bottom of the leaderboard on this table, 19 bigs. He's got operating room, he's found a few spots and just maintained. Warwick smiling now, a little happier.
You go through the middle.
20.
Dinner, you can tell us that.
Check on him.
Watch it dinner.
Motor out the way. Ahmed
20.
folds, round to Lauren.
Yeah.
She's out of the way.
I wasn't, okay, let me answer the question. You were definitely in call, but I wouldn't have been over the moon, but you were getting called, so I was never been. Yeah, that is
Joe deciding whether he wants to come along from the small blind. He's going to raise it into the big blind, try and steal this one.
70.
fair.
21.
Round to Mark, and he gets Mark to fold, and Joe will take down the hand.
70.
So we're almost at the end of this first level after the dinner break, and then blinds will be going up.
I know nothing.
Yeah, a minute left, and then blinds will be increased to 12.24. Still 14 players in, average stack just still over 1.1 million.
I blame Moto.
So action on the outer table. Johnny D all in. Decision on Faisal.
45. $45,000.
Faisal folds. Round to Madazir.
All in?
He's out the way, and Harold's folds, and Johnny D gets that one through. Shows his hand.
Small bit.
Lauren takes in that hand. And blinds are going up. 12,000, 24,000 with a big blind ante of 24,000.
Moving there, bullet in goal. Moving nice.
This is the one.
Moving there. Moving there. This is the moving level.
Lines are 12, 24, eh?
So Ahmed under the gun folds. Lauren folds.
How not deep our table is. Like the average chip stack's like 50 bigs. And I don't see too many 50 bigs floating around on this feature table.
Oh, we're gonna roll.
He's feeling a lot more comfortable. He's picked up a few chips.
Now,
64,000.
I've switched to water. Okay.
64,000.
Go home, guys.
Mark is raised from the button. Warwick and Moto out the way.
RCB GT final. I mean, we got another chance to get RCB chasing that in our
So Gareth has got just short of 4 million.
Wow.
Basil has got 2.8 million. Johnny Dasanatis has maybe got 300,000.
Yeah, so he just shoved it all in and got it through.
Our friend Gio Zanetti's got 1.4, although it looks more than that. He has mostly small chips. Harold is sitting on just under 1 million.
Madazir.
Yeah, Madasir Amir. I tried to count, but I think roughly about 600,000.
Okay.
Roughly speaking. So yeah, lots of chips on the other table.
Yeah, just between Faisal and Gareth.
We've got a lot of chips. I mean, I'm not exaggerating when I say it's over 6 million between the two.
24.
Warwick on the button.
Luna 2.0.
You're gonna give all the investors some money back.
If Don Juan can put money to it.
Do you think the other things eventually will go to zero?
55,000.
Which are
Raises.
zero. Some guys is 0.00001. That's zero.
And Warwick will get that one.
I saw emails. I didn't.
Cyrus
So 2 emails.
What was
It's
it?
like an update thing.
Oh, that they're not going to sell.
Well, I think he's here for
Just
you.
like updates on the project.
The hardest NFT of well, both of us.
Yeah, a lot. They went backwards.
Did you get a glance at the timing screen of the Little Slam or not?
No, not at all. Didn't even speak to the guys. I just literally went to the table, said what I had to say, came back, and the blinds went up.
2025.
Yeah, that's how long we have to wait now. And break. Long.
Hopefully it could not be helpful the next week.
Pass folds. Go out the way.
My next year is the team to worry about. Go ahead. Come David.
Started even get moved because we don't even know who's going to be the team.
Hold it to Moto.
Some David might end up in GT.
They're all gone.
65.
One thing's for sure, GT played the same team. They'll finish last. Next year.
65,000.
They'll finish last, 100%.
This was just freak.
Well, just,
For Arctic was going to be a
it's just 11 people playing for each other.
yeah.
Small bit.
And if they win, Arctic like achieve more.
Was getting down near the bottom there. Not in the danger zone, but certainly in the 20 big region.
Lauren also in the 20 bigs and Moto. Is Johnny D taking the walk? So I wonder if he has been eliminated now.
Yeah. You won't even enjoy it. You'll just hate it.
So, action on Ahmed. Just puts in a big bet.
No point looking at the other one.
You can see from Warwick, Lauren Moaz and Joe Dunn, between 17 and 24 bigs each. Automata folds under the gun. Run to Warwick. Out the way. Motor doesn't waste any time. Ahmed with a Jack 10.
55.
Most can't call. Round to Joe Steggers, 4-3.
55,000.
And he folds. Fanning around the administration staff there, all working hard to behind the scenes, doing buy-ins, add-ons, etc.
Might even be over.
Controlling the prize pool, somebody counting out for a buy-in.
You won the first set, right? Yeah. I did say I had one fast, the whole
Looks like a re-entry for the Little Slam. That looks like James. Gets his slip.
8 hours of watching it.
after you told
So
us.
on Warwick under the gun with the ace jack off.
2 p.m.
At 2 this afternoon. He said, oh, tennis time, we threw the rest. I still said, I
Makes it
actually
57k.
whoa, hold on, the tennis is so wild.
57.
Ahmed out the way.
Everyone.
Rublev, Rude, Alcaraz,
To Lauren.
7.
Queen jack suited. Lauren folds, Moaz out the way.
57.
So Joe here in the small blind with the ace 10 has moved all in. So it's up to Warwick now to make the decision with the ace jack. So maximum pressure from Joe. He's moved all in with the ace 10.
Both the short stacks here, of course, or smaller stacks.
It's a strong move by Joe. Warwick's open.
Well, it's blind up versus under the gun, eh?
Correct.
375.
And Joe's all in, so Warwick has got to put 318 of his 529 in to call. That's where he gets to. And currently, Warwick is a 68% favourite.
The good thing about what Joe's done here by putting all that pressure on Warwick is it's hard to call off with ace jack.
Yep, it is indeed. Warwick raised it to 57. The one thing you won't get is a tell off Joe.
It would be for over half of Warwick's stack.
Tell me how my hand works. My hand's still 31. Sorry guys, I'm gonna need just 60 more seconds here.
And my choice. Whatever I win. I'm just asking necessarily everything to come off the other.
Just go to the winners. They get the trophy in the end.
38 done. And I swear I'm just one. It's not a drink. Just drinking, you know. Yeah. Instead of like every day. I know that. If I get my thing, I'm coming. I'll come with you.
He's going to fold. It's the body language.
And Joe will get that through. Nice play by Joe. And it looks like we're balancing tables, so Warwick is going to be moving out. Or as Heather Small once said, moving on up with the M people.
Ace jack. Ace jack of clubs.
I'm such a nerd.
Queen jack spades.
So Warwick will move to that outer table.
At least all the chips are there.
I thought it was. 370. And I put in 50. And I had 500.
Button on Joe. Motor will be in the big blind now. Armand under the gun.
So now we're playing a 6 max.
Format you love, Gaz.
I do indeed. Fave. This is where we tell everybody that David is stood up.
Was is raised with a 9-4 from the cutoff, and look at what Joe wakes up with on the button.
Tough out here in the streets. For me.
Yep, that's the all in there. Here it comes.
Ole?
We'll also snap fold these, of course. So I'll pick up 120 and his stack will grow a little bit more. And And he'd be more than happy with the 120 chips there. Joe up to 600,000. He's done well, he's grounded out nicely.
Found a few spots this last ball. That move with the ace-10 was very strong, putting all the pressure back on Warwick.
Small bit.
So a few open spaces starting to appear on those tables as players have been knocked out.
Lauren with the ace jack this time, 24 to call. I don't think a call is in order. I think she'll be raising these under the gun.
60.
60,000, I think was what the dealer said. Indeed, she did.
60.
Roberto. Ahmed, and she will get that through. Joe is back up to 25 big blinds, so doing okay. But nobody's safe in this one. The cooler could be just around the corner.
Was sitting on 371,000.
He's not in the best of shape now.
5,000.
Joe with aces again. How is that possible? Did he give them back, do you think?
Finding a little bit of run good at the right time, yeah?
Yeah. I don't think he's going to be putting it all in this time.
Flattered for deception this time, looking for somebody behind to come up.
Yep, that's what he's doing. Balancing his range and his reactions. Lauren's got nothing here to fight with. But she may squeeze. No, she'll give up the big blind. And it was.
Pretty safe flop for Joe with the hands the other players are holding.
The problem is they're not going to bet. So he's going to bet here. He'll probably get rid of both of them.
He did suck in Mark behind with a call by flatting.
There's 225 in the pots. Maybe time to go home happy. Sizing is supremely important here. I mean, I'm over 100 if it's me.
90,000.
90 was his bet. Mark will get out of the way. And I'm pretty sure Woz will get out of the way. So 770,000 now for Joe. That'll take him up into the 30 big blind region, somewhere around there. Woz is now down to 316. Geo building towers. Gareth maintaining a very concrete chip lead there, and Faisal picking up more chips.
So Warwick will be the one that will be lent on a little bit there from a stack point of view.
Agreed. Moto has been as quiet as a mouse, which is not like him at all. Folding king suited there. A7 for Ahmed. Ahmed's standard 60 something, is it?
55.
55. Jack 9 suited for Lauren. Pops it up with a suited Jack 9.
I think it's a very long time since Ahmed has been 3-bet so many times by the player from his left.
I actually said to him in the break, I said, it must be tough playing against Boaz and Lauren. He says, I've got my almost wife on my left and my best chum since I was a kid sat opposite me. What do you think? Those are the exact words he used. He called her almost wife. Is that a proposal, do you think?
Sounds pretty close to it.
He's playing nicely. It must be difficult for the guys because they are a tight group, you know. It's like anything. If I was sat there opposite my wife, it would be tough for me. And but you just have to play your game, you know. And certainly, there's absolutely no finger pointing here of collusion, coordinated play, chip dumping, or anything like that. These guys are playing each other for real, and it's just awesome.
So Mark raises with the ace-king under the gun. All the way around to Joe. The big blind. He's now got chips to start defending again. For a while he had to keep folding those. He finds the best of the flop. Mark continues.
120.
Joe's got to decide whether his middle pair there is good. He'll want to find out.
Check of it.
There's another club on board.
No help, but Joe is ahead here. I mean, looks like Joe is, I was going to say he's going to knuckle this to see if Mark can respond. He's going to have to make it a convincing size with 400 in the pot.
180.
He's telling the story, raised under the gun, he bet the flop, he's continuing on the turn, he hasn't shut down.
If Joe smells a rat here, he wouldn't be slow to put it in either. I think he's going to push this in, you know.
Almost looked like it when he had two handfuls.
Shovel fold. This is all he's doing in his head. Flipping a coin in his head. Fold, shove, fold, shove.
I was thinking if I'm right, it's a great play. If I'm wrong, oh wow.
We shall see. The longer he goes, the longer he's going to fold. Normally he would have made his mound up by now. Be a great call if he, or great shove. Going for all the hand histories. Oh, he's going to fold.
Mark has been quiet for a while as well. His reputation's pretty solid.
There comes the fold. Good bet in by Mark, and knowing Joe the way I know him, he was very close to calling there. Nice hand, well played, both of the players.
Ben Ruder says, great stream, keep up the great work. Can't wait for you guys to come to Cape Town.
No, we're cancelling that. I'm not coming. Just
To
kidding.
the men upstairs.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of enthusiasm for Cape Town. They haven't had a big tournament down there for a long time.
Yep, well,
It's like,
first stop Sabaya, next stop Port Elizabeth, third stop is the Cape.
big blind, sir.
Okay, Moto under the gun. Jacks for Ahmed. He's had these several times.
55,000.
Worked out well for him so far.
King 8 for Lauren. That was just hoying it in here. Is that a bet or an all in? I don't know. Didn't hear.
Good luck to you.
If that's all in, I think Ahmed will call. Yeah, he has called. So Moaz is all in and a call by Ahmed.
They are.
So no help for Moaz on the flop. He's still looking for an ace.
He's going to find an ace or he's going home.
Finds a 10, no good.
Nope. And that'll slide across to Ahmed.
And Moaz is unfortunately eliminated.
Small bit.
At least you hit that.
I did.
Thank you.
So you want to kill me? But I've got my button here. I'm sorry about that.
I'm opening every hand.
Sorry, right?
So Gio comes up to chat to Moaz. So we're down to 11 players.
Yeah, no.
So I'm assuming Moaz is informing all his, what do they call them? Followers? Or what is it? What do they call them? Followers on his TikTok or his flipping Twitter or whatever the hell you call it. Timber. No, that's the dating app, isn't it?
Yeah.
Timber. Oh, Tinder. Sorry. You can see how well versed in this stuff, can't you?
So Joe raising the button, yeah.
In my day, you used to stand in the corner of the disco and ask for a smooch at the end. Don't write it down. People will think I'm interested.
50? 50,000, did you get that?
So Joe raising.
Oh, Instagram. I
Moto
think I might have
defended.
signed up for that once.
Joe has found the best of this.
So a little bit of good mates against each other again here.
40,000.
These two played a tremendous amount of poker against each other.
So Joe raised the button with a king 7, found the king on the flop, takes that end away from Moto.
Anyways, my day is good. It's good. It's tough.
Before the drive.
So we're offering money and after the excitement, king 10 for Lauren.
Five-handed now.
56?
Just for a change, pocket threes are out there.
I've seen them so many times on this feature table in the evening session.
130.
So Marcus 3-bet Lauren to 130, 74 more to go. Wow. Nice bet, Mark. Nice bet, sir.
It was quiet for a very long time, then played that hand strongly, the ace-king against Joe, and now playing the 3 strongly.
11 left in, 28 minutes to go.
Average stack now 1.5 million.
Lovely jubbly. Next blinds will be 15-30 with 30 on the ante, so that'll start to bite. But before that happens, we will be taking a break. Unless we actually go to break for the final table prior to that. Joe's away, Mark's away. Pocket threes, just for a change on the feature table. It's almost every hand we're seeing pocket threes now, that's crazy. That's a strong move, eh? I mean, Moto has got a call in his armory here, but I don't think he will.
He's already folded.
Yep. Moto wouldn't be scared of calling there. It's just it's getting near to an ICM consideration. Certainly, once we get down to 9 players, that'll be in the foremost of everybody's mind.
Good strong play by Lauren though.
So nobody really safe here, and once those blinds go up after another half an hour, it'll become really tough. Really, really tough.
24.
So ace jack for Mark. I wonder who's got threes this hand.
70.
A strong raise from under the gun. Moto with 10-3. Ahmed with the other 3. They're jumping around now. Lauren with queen 9. Of course, Moz is now out, so it's around to Joe Steggers, who was in the big blind, and he will give that up with 7-5, and rightly so. So 11 players left in the high roller, the 40k. This is day 2, part 2, coming to you from the Sun City Resort here in the Northwest Province. Shout out to Sunbet, our sponsor, and Liquid Technologies. Liquid Intelligent Technologies, my correction, for all your connectivity needs, your digital future.
24.
Okay, back to the action. Moto with queen 5 here. Blinds at 12-24, 24 in the big blind ante. 60k in the pot to start, and this is hand 223 for the day. There's the threes again. Joe had one, Lauren had the other. They're all getting mixed up now, which is good.
Check over.
Blind on blind here. We'll sweat with Joe. What Mark's hand is.
Check over.
Not a great flop for Joe. No low cards.
$35,000.
Joe fold.
Small bit.
Nodus Kutia says, when is the carnival leg? There is currently no planning to go back to carnival.
Jeez, we did 4 in a row last year there. In that living place full of clowns. Literally full of clowns. It's scary if you don't like clowns, of course. Sunny Brackpan. We were well looked after up there though. Guest house was stunning. Apparently it was Brad's favourite. But he is a clown and he does like clowns.
24.
Army gets rid of his suited Jack 5. Lauren with the King 7. Joe with Queen Jack here. So maybe a little raise come in here. I don't think he's going to be limping, that's for sure.
Yeah, nice hand on the button.
50.
Mark gets rid of his 6-5, so only Moto to come and have a go out of the big blind, and he's certainly not folding there.
The motor just flattered there. Oh, goodness gracious.
Nice little flush for the Joe, and of course the ace for Moto. Moto's going to bet his ace here, I'm pretty sure.
Motor's checked, so
Oh wow.
round to Joe. It's in a small bet.
40,000.
Snap call by Moto.
And he checks already.
Check over.
That's not a good card for Joe.
Yeah, that'll slow the action right down.
Joe do well to check here and pretend that he's scared of the flush now. I mean, he's sitting there with the second nut, so that's a good check. Well done, sir. He's hoping that Moto's going to come back at him now.
Check over.
Moto thinks he's ahead, he's going to bet. I don't know if Moto's acted yet.
Looked like he checked. His hand went. His hand did move up and down.
Just enough for an ace to call. It's about 100, isn't it? Back to Moto. Moto folds, and Joe will get 226,000.
So look where Joe's stack is now. A little while ago he was languishing down there at 300,000 chips. And he's on 1.2 million now.
He's done very well. Dragged that up nicely.
That's the class of him as a player. You know very well, Gaz. Played a lot against him.
Yeah, he's a good player, Joe. Very, very good player. Very professional in his approach, which is good.
Full-time pro, Gaz.
Yeah, he's got other business interests, but essentially he plays full-time. So I'm hearing from outside we have 131 entries and a total of 13 active tables at this time. So that's hectic. Very good.
Very good in the little slam.
If they're uniques and there's a few rebuys in there, I think they need 150 to make the guarantee. So I think that'll be a breeze. Ace Jack for Ahmed here. Just asking Moto to move his arm so he can see his chips. Joe's raised it up. Moto is just called by the look of it. And Ahmed with the action pending as his motif there. His name is flashing. I mean, Ahmed could smash this here, or he could flat call. I think he's thinking of smashing it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he doesn't want a flat there. He wants to 3-bet that.
So 200. Across to Joe. Solid fold. Round to Motor.
Was already folded. There are the chip counts. Mark the Mata and Ahmed at the top there, 1.8 million each. Another ace for Joe. He raises it. Motor is called. Hands reversed. Queen Jack of Spades now with Motor.
So the ace for one, the queen for the other.
Joe's checked. Option on Moto. Joe didn't check. It looked like he checked. He waited his chips there. Oh, the turn has come out.
Just the 16 outs.
I think Moto could smash this in.
Yep.
And he does.
Alle?
Raw flush draw, flush draw. He's got almost everything going for him here. And Joe will know that Moto's not putting it all across the line without having a good hand. 16 outs to fade.
Half of Joe's stack to call.
Joe's trying to put him on a hand. I mean, he could be drawing dead here, could have King Jack. Those are the things that's got to go through his mind. Of course, he knows that Moto is full of tricks as well, given their history together. So he is seriously considering this.
Maybe we can try.
Joe just going through all the possibilities.
I think he gets to a fold here, to be honest.
It's looking like that now if you look at his body language. Big sigh. Folds. A lot of outs for Moto though.
What do you have? Too bad.
If you had 2 pair, he was calling you, trust me.
Serious, I don't know. I was not sure if I was winning.
Motor's telling the truth there. He wasn't sure he was winning.
What do you have? I don't know.
30 minutes, gentlemen. You will find out, both of you.
Jack in his face.
Yeah, that makes sense. 90 was better.
Big blind, 24, 24, 24 to play.
Just go, no?
Yeah,
Up, down, brush, out.
No, you under the you under the gun. She was talking to her.
24 to play.
So Mark Tamata under the gun. 10-3 folds. Round to Ahmed. Let's go the 4-3. Lauren in the small blind. She gives a walk through to Joe. He'll be grateful when he sees the 9-3 he was holding.
No, very good.
The answer to the question for Luke online is these are the tour dealers. They travel with us. His question was, did the dealers come from the stop, i.e. provided by Sun City, or are they a part of the actual poker tour? So that answer is they're part of the poker tour. Homegrown.
And then we have the regular few that deal the feature table because that's a whole different animal as well.
It is. This session, you may have noticed that we've had 5 different new dealers since we've been here. And training some more up, because there are some nuances that are different from the feature table than there are from the main tables in the outers. The clubs are up. Haven't had pocket 3s for a few hands either. Something must be up. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
You call a hit anyway.
Moto having been active for a while, picked up that nice hand and
He'll
now
go
getting
back to his slumber now.
back into the bat cave.
Okay, so we're off and running. And we got just over 10 minutes to run on the level.
You think it is You think I was thinking of aces. Yeah. Aces, yeah.
Aces, my money's in the pot for you.
Moto with his talking chips. Why'd you let him win some chips? Now he's working up.
You won.
Konnichiwa, Moto-san.
He's defending with 5-4 now. Newfound wealth.
Not too bad. Unfortunately, Joe's picked up the ace here. And Motor will expect a continuation bet from Joe, so it's whether or not he believes him, having picked up bottom pair. And he does have one spade in his hand as well. Back to Motor.
I'll give it back to you.
He doesn't believe him, as predicted.
Oh, goodness.
So another 7 now, 2 pair for both players. 5s and 7s, aces and 7s. Joe trying to look bewildered in the basis that he knows he's probably ahead. Checks, gives Motor an opportunity to come back at him. 2 of diamonds on the river, no help. Joe will get the check mark. And Motor will check this, I'm sure.
He could rep the 7 here, but he decides against it.
And I would love to see Joe put in 24,000 here. Just a min bet. Because that would just be a little niggle at Motor. He's going to put in more, obviously, but depends how much he thinks he can get paid. Looks like 100 and something, maybe more.
Yeah, it's got 3 blues that he picked up.
Yeah, it's the 3 blues there, 150 something, 65. Yep, that's exactly what he wants you to do. He's overbet on the basis he wants you to think he's bluffing. Trust me, if Motor doesn't believe in me, a call. Motor has definitely got the call in him. Motor is thinking of considering, yeah, of calling him with a pair of 5s. Told you. He'll turn over the ace.
You don't have ace. I'm going to see him help now, you don't have ace.
It was a good bet on the river.
Yep.
Looked bluffy.
And that, my friends, out there in TV land, is a lot of hand histories over a lot of years. And that is why Moto called, as he thought Joe was at it. And there have been many occasions when he has been at it, so, yeah.
Mr. Sun all in against Warwick.
Oh my word.
Warwick has had lots of all-in call decisions this evening. So it'll be interesting to see where we're going with this one. And it is 21:44 in the evening here, so nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. The sun has gone down. All the night owls are out. And our poker room is throbbing.
55,000.
Sun gets the fold. Your mate David Willie Fee, high quality poker here.
I was talking to one of the people who went to school with you, David. And he told me you were a little rascal. You were a naughty oak. And I thought you were such a nice man. Poker Tone Allen tells you he has a spy. I mean, if you come down here, I'll tell you who it is. If you PM me, I'll tell you who it is. But for a price. A proper naughty little oak at school.
That is Raymond Rami standing on the rail there now.
He was moved from his original table. He's obviously been knocked out. Or maybe just taking a rest. Joe Steggers with a pocket 4s here. Under the gun. That's 50 by the look of it. Yeah, ace 10 for Mark.
120.
Immediate pump it up. 10-7 for Amit. Suspect he'll get out of the way. Lauren with the ace 3. Big blinds. Probably give it up.
71.
And it's round to Joe. Joe might want to see a flop for 70 here. Pocket pairs are hard coming by. He'll know that short-handed. And that'll be a smooth call, and you will see the flop. All diamonds. Unfortunately, the 4 doesn't help him, and of course, Mark is at the top there, and this will probably just go bet fold.
Yeah, well played, Mark. It's overcommit on the flop bet.
Textbook poker. That's what I call that. Mark sitting with 80 bigs, 1.9 million. Moto down to 21. And nobody really battling. 20 bigs is still good fighting. 4 minutes to go on the level. And these players have been on this feature table now for just about 3 hours, plus the dinner break. So I'm pretty sure we'll be changing them out, unless the tournament director doesn't want to do that. We shall see.
Either way, with a mix of players on this table and on that, we're going to have a very interesting final table.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see prizes this evening. They're still very deep, a lot of these players. It depends on if there's a deal to be made and chip stack, ICM counts. So couple of spectators walking by, having a sojourn through the poker room. Don't recognise the gentleman and the lady. Maybe come to have a look-see.
Here's Raymond Rami in the background, talking to Mark Joseph.
The legend himself. 10-7-6. Not a bad flop for either player, to be honest. Each looking for each other's cards, of course.
40,000.
That is the 1 minute warning, that beep for the feature table and the outer table on the high roller. That means we've got 40 odd seconds to go to our break, and we'll play one more hand.
As Gary said, afterwards, when they come back, those blinds will be biting a little more.
They'll be chowing away.
Going to be closing the highway complete the head on and you're on a 15-minute break. 15-minute break in the highway.
Nice jack for Joe here. Race to 50. Mark's going to have something to say about that, I think.
Yeah, Yeah, and every time Joe has raised, he's been 3-bet by Mark for a couple of hands now.
149, sorry. 149.
Motor gets out of the way. Joe might become a bit more of an immovable object in this hand. He's going to have a look at the timing clock, the ICM considerations, etc., etc.
Makes the call.
Too strong a hand to fold. Mark's come out on top here.
Mark's betting, got the betting lead.
Yeah.
250.
Joe will have to get away from this now. Didn't catch any piece of it. He's not going to give up 250k on a 2 overs.
250.
Joe thinking this through. But if he plays it in his mind, what am I beating? Nice hand, Mark. Well played. Good
And,
fold, Joe.
We'll disappear for what I think was probably about 10 minutes now, and we'll be back with the next part of this high roller.
And all the players going on a break, and we will rejoin you in less than 15 minutes time.
Thank you.
And welcome back after our break. This is day 2 of the High Roller, the 6th day of this Sunbet Poker Tour. We have changed out your feature table. In seat 1, Mr. Harold Brooks. In seat 3, Giovanni. Seat 4, Gareth Khalil. Mr. Sun in the middle, seat 5. And Warwick will be in seat 6, and I think Faisal, Warwick is in seat 7, Faisal in seat 6.
You're here minimum 2 hours or until we get to 9 and we redraw the final table.
Gary out there briefing the players. And I took a wonder out there on the little slam that is rocking and rolling. Over 130 entries. And still a lot of re-entries going on in that. So Gareth with a massive stack. Mr. Sun short stacked here, 425,000 under the gun. Blinds of 1530 with a big blind ante of 30, so 75k in the middle pre-flop now. Faisal's not at the table. He's got 2.1 million. Round to Warwick. Been grinding that stack long and hard all day. Didn't find too much, and when he did, he made the right moves. On 575,000. Harold Brooks on the button with 1 million. Round to Gio in the small blind. 2.5 million chips. And he gives the big stack Gareth a walk. Gareth sitting with 4.3 million chips, and Gareth at King Jack of clubs no doubt would have defended. So we are on 11 players. Six players on this table, 5 on the table that just left here that you've been watching for a long time. So we're 2 away from a final table in this high roller event. 6 players getting paid. So just over half the field of what's left will get a payday. Faisal, so hand is folded. Round to Warwick. Warwick raises it to 70k. Harold Brooks in the cutoff with ace 10. He lets that go to the early raiser. Gio folds 6 deuce on the button. Round to Gareth in the small blind. He folds, and Mr. Sun lets go of the big blind, and Warwick will get that one through. So Warwick will be looking for a lot of spots. 6-handed. And on the shortish side with the blinds that have gone up. And there it is. You see Warwick's got 21 bigs. Mr. Sun more in the danger zone with 12 bigs. And up at the top, Gareth sailing along 144 bigs, 4.3 million. And Gio and Faisal fairly comfortable as well. So Warwick will be under the gun. Faisal has now joined us for his first hand at the feature table after the break. He will be in the big blind. Warwick folds. Round to Harold. In the hijack with a rag ace. Let's go of that. Round to Gio, ace 3 in the cutoff. Fold. Gareth with King Jack on the button. Going to definitely open that. Raises to 85,000. Mr. Sun in the small blind. The rag ace folds. Faisal pocket kings. So he has drama. Makes it 200,000. Gareth with a big stack isn't going to be pushed around, so he'll call. So we're going to go 2 to the flop. Eight, 6, deuce flop. No help for Gareth on that flop. The kings are going to continue, and that should pretty much end that hand. It's a big bet by Faisal.
350,000.
Gareth out the way. I think Faisal showed him because you saw the eyes open slightly and the tap of the table by Gareth. It's a very nice hand by Faisal. So Warwick in the big blind. Harold under the gun.
County 350,000.
Okay, you don't trust me what I said there. Flop it.
15,000.
So Harold 4-3 suited under the gun. He gets rid of that. Round to Gio in the hijack. He likes those kinds of cards. 7-5 suited, he raises. Gareth is a quick caller. Pocket 8. Mr. Sun 9-6 suited on the button. He's just looking for a spot. You can see the skyward glance. Round to Faisal, Jack 6 off. And Warwick with ace 10. So let's see if Warwick looks for a little squeeze here. There's been a raise and a flat call. These are the two big stacks. Is he going to just flat this? Yeah, he takes the wiser part. Doesn't want to go up against the two big stacks. He flats that off. And lots of clubs there. Ace of clubs for Warwick. The flopped flush from Gio. So I suspect a lot of chips moving into the center here. Gareth with the 8. With the 8 of clubs. So we've got a big action hand here. Gio having flopped the flush.
95,000 bet.
Makes it, puts in the bet. Gareth with the pocket 8s with the 8 of clubs makes the call. And go around to Warwick, who's sitting with the ace of clubs in his hand, and he folds it. Wow. There's a set of 8s for Gareth on the turn. Gio still ahead with his flush.
That's going to get Gareth into trouble.
So Gio's bet 225,000.
These ones and they all the rates too.
Gareth getting a chip count.
if Gareth doesn't put him on a flush here, or if he puts him on a flush draw with a queen, a lot of money could go in the middle here, and this could be a deciding hand. Very hard to fold a setter.
This is shades of that big hand last night where Gareth had the set of sevens and Gio had the flush draw. This time Gio already has the flush. Wow, there it comes.
Well, told you, there's a lot of money going in the middle here. Gio's got to think it through now. Can he have a bigger flush? Yes, he can. The ace is still out there, the king's still out there, the jack, the 10, the 9.
A lot of flushes beating Gio's flush, but how often is it flop flush over flush?
Very rare. And just to add into the mix, there's currently 1.9 million in the pot. Pivotal hand. Just going through what he's got left when he calls, etc., etc. Not necessarily a major influence, but just gives him time to think. Table is completely silent, giving him an opportunity to just go through it in his mind. Does he have a bigger flush? What does he have here? The board is paired. No straight flush out there. No straight out there. Has he just got a set, or has he got a flush? That's the story. And he makes the call. If this board doesn't pair, wow. Gio's locked up the hand. 2.9 million in the middle. This will be a huge shift. If Gio didn't believe him before, he doesn't believe him now. The ace is a brick. Gio will win 1.5 million chips. A huge swing.
Yeah, they've reversed positions. Wow, monster big hand.
That's the hand of the day. Gio Zanetti goes to 4 million, Gareth to 2.7. Huawei Sun in the danger zone almost. We got an all in on the outer table. All the chips go across to Ahmed there, and that looks like we lost Joe Staggers.
It does. Looks like we lost Joe.
So that'll be us down to 10, one from the final table.
So they will have to balance one off this table.
We will indeed.
Some huge action there on that feature table. That was an incredible hand. Definitely think ICM came into it, the two chip leaders against one another, that no betting took place on the river. Warwick will be very relieved that he folded his ace of clubs on that flop. So Gio has been moved.
That'll be good news for the players on the outer table, that some of the chips have actually gone down to the other table, because we didn't have an exact count, but we reckon there was about 11 million of the 16 million in play on Gio and Gareth's table.
What? Yeah, you know, when you said you get involved.
So David Olivier said that's probably Franco, Mark's brother. Can only be him. My lips are sealed. Franco who? So Huawei Sun will be looking for a spot here, just over 10 bigs.
So Warwick folds. Harold in the small blind with Queen 10. Raises it up. Gareth with the suited ace.
Harold on a million here.
Gareth folded that quite quickly to Harold's raise, Harold's reputation.
And Huawei Sun down to 11 bigs, so in a bit of trouble now. Gonna have to start making a few moves to put it up there. And as alluded to earlier, the blinds 15, 30, 30 on the big blind ante, so 75k in the middle every single hand. Action on Faisal. Black hat, top right of the screen, there we go, centre of the screen, he's out of the way. Warwick with a Jack 3. Warwick also looking for a spot. Harold with the 10-8. Gets out the way. Around to Gareth 8-6. He's going to complete in the small. And Huawei Sun with 10-6. As checked. So there's an 8 for Gareth. Another queen makes no difference. 2 pair for Gareth now.
Shows Mr. Sun the 8.
Bet fold, picks up 60k.
It's Gio with that massive chip stack.
I don't know whether they are playing to the final table or they continue.
So, but how many are we for the final table?
Mark Tomato to his left. Motor in the center, and then across to Ahmed. And Lauren in the corner.
Maybe just flat this flat. I thought maybe he's got ace of kings with the club draw.
That's fun, and you can just fold the river if it comes a club.
Gio rakes in another pot. Move back to our feature table.
That's it out.
9-10 for Warwick, but under the gun.
Attractive cards if you haven't had any decent ones for a while. He's been folding these all day, so discipline remains. And if he was flush hunting, Harold would have had him with the queen high flush. Gareth with king 5 on the D. So around to the blinds. And looks like Sun gave Faisal a walk.
Yeah. Mr. Sun looking for a spot to put those chips in the middle. Decided that wasn't it.
So the dealer's going to have to be working doubly hard now, very short-handed. And the split is 5 and 5. So once the next player goes out, we'll down to the feature final table.
They're all suited 10-7 under the gun.
Me?
Sizing out the raise. Here's Gareth Khalil with ace king. So raised by Harold.
Gareth with ace king, cool 55,000. Warwick with nothing. We'll get out of the way from the big blind.
I think Gareth 3-bet there. Yeah, and Harold gets out the way, and the 3-bet of Gareth will take down the hand.
You know, you had a play. You want to see?
I'm just saying that, you know,
No, I'm not looking for you.
we were there, but one of us, nobody in this table was involved in the fight. That's the way for final table. Yeah, wait for final table. You get, you don't just leave us alone.
No, you can one make them or they don't.
So Gareth under the gun. Still nothing for Mr. Sun. Faisal folds around to Warwick. Limps into Harold. Raises. Warwick will fold.
So a hand developing here on the outer table by the look of it. Looks like Lauren's gone all in and the decision is with Ahmed. And she turns over ace king, I think, or ace queen there. He shows him a suited ace, or she shows him a suited ace. And Ahmed looks a little frustrated there. Okay, we can go back to our feature table. Thank you for that, for the camera guys. Good spot.
Faisal raises. Ace king. Warwick's out the way. Fold it all the way around, and Faisal will take down the hand.
So if you're just joining us, we are 10-handed in the 40k high roller. We're waiting for one more player to go out, and we will do a pause of the clock. We'll redraw for seats. We will play 9-handed on the feature table, which will be your final table. Little slam is going on outside. Well over 100 players, 13 tables, and we've got an all-in here on the outer table. And it looks like Moto just doubled up.
Warwick folds. Harold is folded from the button. Gareth gives a walk to Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun with less than 3 rotations. So Warwick under the gun. Harold folds from the cutoff. On to Gareth on the button with pocket fives. Raises it to 100. Mr. Sun out the way. Faisal with ace 6. Shows the ace. And Gareth showed him the pocket fives. So Gareth busy working on regaining those chips that he shed to Gio in that big hand. Still very comfortable, Gareth, second in chips. So Mr. Brooks under the gun. Ace queen.
A raise and all in here by Mr. Sun. So round to Faisal. Warwick will get out of the way. I think it's a standard call here for Harold. I think it'll take too long to think about this.
And we'll be off to the races.
Even if you're making a move.
So 44-56 in favour of the made hand, obviously with the sixes, 2 overs here, so good luck to both players. Player at risk, of course, Huawei Sun. Two, three, king. So 2 diamonds out there, another diamond on the turn for a sweat.
Oh, six
Brings
men
any jack, any diamond, any ace, any queen. And there you go. And Harold Brooks will eliminate Huawei Sun.
So we will be moving to the final table. Go out there, we will have a short break while they set the final table and introduce all the players and that. So we will rejoin you once the final table is all set. And welcome back to the beautiful Sun City. This is day 6. We are on the final table of the high roller on the second day. We have got down to our final table. The players are about to be introduced by Mr. Mark Joseph, the CEO of Monster Jam, in conjunction with the Sunbet Poker Tour. And it's going to be an exciting final table. There are a lot of really good players at this final table, and we're looking forward to some incredible action. And while we're waiting for them, I'll just bring you up to speed on the Little Slam. We have had 148 entries so far, still going along strongly out there. There are 90 players still left in, a lot of rebuys going on. They're on level 7.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Sun City Resort. All those people watching on the stream, it is now time for the final table of the High Roller event. All the people in the room, please let's put our hands together for our final tablelist in the High Roller. Shooting for a pool of 2 million rand. Our first seat is the hot seat. Not only did he strike a deal for first and second in the Super High Roller, but he is now the chip leader in seat number 1. No stranger to any final table around the world. Please put your hands together for Giovanni Zanetti. 4,105,000 chips. In seat number 2, she doesn't play many high rollers, but every time she does, she gets to a final table. This lady is an incredible poker player, very quiet, very calm, very collected. She has 605,000 chips all the way from Cape Town. Please put your hands together for Lauren Peer. And we have a lovely surprise final tableist. This guy's first time in a high roller at any of the Monster Jam Poker Tour events, and you're right here at the Sun City Poker Tour. Please put your hands together for Mark de Matta from Portugal. He represents a house at 2,165,000 chips. This boy hails from the south. He's the property agent across the country right now. Please put your hands together for Warwick Wiggand. He comes in the low stack, 340,000 chips, but he feels like this is his tournament. And for the second time in a high roller final table this week, all the way from Durban, please put your hands together for Faisal Dawood, 2,280,000 chips. And also his second final table this week. Please put your hands together for Harold Brooks, 1,330,000 chips. This next player doesn't need any introduction. He has a whole fan base all the way from the south of Johannesburg waiting for him. They've been on the rail all week. They've drank all the vodka this week. Please put your hands together for Gareth Khalil, 2,920,000 chips. Our next final tableist is probably the number 1 player in South Africa right now. This guy is absolutely incredible. He's a beast. He's just an amazing poker player. Every time he plays, he gets there. Please put your hands together for Ahmed Karim, 1,345,000 chips. And our last player at the final tableist, he's absolutely the biggest Japanese fish I ever met in my life. He's absolutely amazing. He lives in Tanzania. Please put your hands together for Moto Uhara.
Right, and welcome back from us, the commentary team. The players have all been introduced, and Gary's busy briefing the final table. A lot of them have been along here all week, so there'll be no stranger to the feature table, and we'll know exactly what to do. We're looking forward to some really exciting poker, and players all taking up their seats. So everybody busy seating. There was a huge cheer for Gareth Khalil, big fan base out there. We're getting ready. The dealer is shuffling up, and this final table is about to get underway. We've Got some wonderful poker already. Some incredible hands, some bad beats, some come from behind stories. So really looking forward to some exciting poker here on this final table. So Mark Dematta, first time in a high roller, straight to the final table. He's no stranger to final tables in club games, etc. So he'll have a big support base out there as well. He's going to be under the gun. So Mark Dematta under the gun. He's going to fold. Round to Warwick. Warwick's going to be looking for some spots very quickly here. He's the short stack, but he can spin that up very quickly. Round to Faisal. He has folded onto Harold Brooks with King Jack under the gun, +3. He will raise. Blinds are still 15,000, 30,000 with a big blind ante of 30. We're around halfway through this level. Up to Moto. He's folded. Round to Gio. He's out the way. Only Lauren in the big blind left. And Lauren finds ace queen here. She's definitely going to 3-bet. She could even smash it all in here.
Yep, there it goes.
And she puts it all in.
Asking the question. See if Harold is game for a little action here.
Harold has asked for the count.
And before you all start calling in, we know Lauren's not British. I said you could be British for the first hand, but that's all.
Honorary status granted by Mr. Allen.
Yeah. That looks a slide together to fold from Harold, I think. Maybe pick a better spot. Nope. There we go.
Yeah, solid
Okay.
play by Harold. Taps the table.
As always. As always, the gentleman, and a good solid fold. Don't want to be gambling with all your chips so early in the feature table. So a little bit of background here. We will have the prize pool loaded up onto the computer, and the top 6 get paid. And in terms of how long we're playing for this evening, there's about 25 minutes left on this level, and then we will play one further level, which will take us through to around about midnight, I believe. There or thereabouts. So that is the plan, and then they will come back tomorrow morning, and we will finish this in the sober light of day. Exciting stuff.
So Warwick will be under the gun, as I said, looking for some spots very early on. That's not one of them. Faisal with ace-king suited.
Still on the same blind levels of 15-30, I believe. Yeah, 15-30 with the 30 big blind ante until the end of this level. Harold with pocket 7s here, so 52-48 in terms of percentage. Harold gets out of the way. Gareth gets out of the way. And Ahmed in seat 8.
Ahmed makes the call. It's folded round to Lauren in the small blind. She folds. Round to Mark Tamata. So Mark Tamata's called. Defending his big blind. Checked. Round to Ahmed. So Mark actually folded there from what we're being told. It's gone check, check. There's the ace for Faisal. Action is on Faisal. He bets and Ahmed gets out the way. So there are your chip counts. Gio Zanetti up top, 4.1 million. Gareth Khalil, 2.9 million. Down to Warwick, 340. And Lauren at 770. Lauren's still got a little bit of play. Warwick looking for spots now. He's going to be in the big blind and post the big blind ante. Faisal will be under the gun. Eight 3 off. Round to Harold. 10-8 off. Quickly folded to Ahmed. All the way back round to Gio in the cutoff. Gonna raise.
It's Jack here for Mark.
Puts the 3-bet in. Nothing there for Warwick. Gio folds and Mark will take down that hand with a 3-bet.
Did we answer these questions?
No, we have not, Gaz.
Okay, so Donovan Harris said, how do we decide which player moves tables? It's simply the next big blind. They just pick who's the next big blind and that's who it is, so it is exactly random. Rosa Munn says, what's happening? Hopefully you're caught up by now, Rosa, but we stopped the stream because we went to 9 players. We did a seat redraw. Players went on a 20-minute break. The next 20-minute break, which was programmed, is now cancelled. We will play this level through to the end, which is about 30 minutes, probably less now, and then we will play one more level of an hour, and then this tournament will finish for today, and we will come back tomorrow. Time to be confirmed, but I believe it's at 11 AM, and we will see it through to a finish. That is the plan.
Harold from too early, the 9-7 suited folds. Ahmed folds. All the way around to Gio. All rags, let go. To Mark Tamata, ace-4 on the button. Warwick with the suited connectors. No stack to play them. Faisal with pocket kings though in the big blind. He's counting out the 3-bet chips. There it goes.
back to Mark. Mark hasn't really put a foot wrong today, so I expect him to take the sensible route and fold.
Folds. Faisal will take down a nice hand with the pocket kings. Shows them. Harold, ever sporting, taps the table as he always does. Picture at the back is Marco's brother Franco.
The snitch.
And G-Pat to his left.
Good old Franco. He'd be budding here, supporting his brother, of course. He's super happy his brother's doing well in the high roller, and deservedly so. Okay, Gareth's going to be under the gun, right a picture. A6 for Gareth. Too early to be making too many motions with those. Ahmed on his left. They'll fold. Moto with queens here, so some premium hands coming out. 70,000 raise, fold, fold. All the way around to Warwick. And Faisal. And to Harold. King 4 for Harold. In hearts. And he's going to defend his big blind. And we'll go to a flop. Harold looking for hearts or kings. 6, 7, 9. So queen's out in front still. Probably going to be bet fold here.
Nothing there for Harold.
Moto picks up a quick 100k plus. Well done. And it's still throbbing out there. Good turnout tonight.
Do you think this is the middle of the week, Gaz?
Yeah, and you can still buy into this until tomorrow morning, I believe.
Yeah, because they started an hour late, so there might still be re-entry tomorrow morning. Probably will be.
I'm pretty sure there'll be a buy-in tomorrow, depending on what time they finish tonight. I think we'll definitely finish before the these guys finish. They've still got a little bit of a road to travel. As I say, we're going to finish this level. Blinds will go up, and we'll have one more hour. And those queens have made a move to the right, and they're now with Ahmed. So 70k seems to be the stock raise here.
Round 2 Warwick. All quick folders. And Ahmed will take down the hand.
Easy game.
On that little slam, they were up to 148 entries, and players were streaming to the rebuy cage. JP Oaks passed me on his way there, and Doc Lotching. They both just had hands beaten and were going to re-enter.
Yeah, like I said, I think they're going to surpass their guarantee by a long way. So 15 minutes to go on the current level. This time kings for Moto. We're getting a premium hand every hand. Just nobody to like to challenge them. So 70 has been the stock opening raise. Let's see what Moto does. Gio's out the way. Lauren gets out the way. Mark folds Queen 10 there. 4-2 for Warwick. Warwick's not seen a picture card yet. Ace-6 for Faisal. Faisal's been pretty tight. I think he'll just get rid of these. Harold with the Ace-5 might have a tilt process here. He's on the button in position, so nope. Suited ace, no good for him. And looks like Gareth is going to defend a small blind. Which just takes us round to Ahmed, who calls and defends his big blind. Six, 8, ace. So the kings live up to their name of being ace magnets. Moto decides that he's going to carry on here. Gareth wisely getting out of the way there by the look of it. Round to Ahmed.
Makes the call. Checks an action on Moto. Checks behind. Very straighty that board now.
So if Ahmed bets here, I'm going to put him on ace-7 suited, or one of those two, an ace or a 7 of some description. 230s is sizing. He gets out of the way.
Yeah.
I suspect that's a very sensible fold.
Plus 250k for Ahmed.
So Warwick on 8 bigs here in the danger zone.
Fold it all the way around to Mark Tomato. Raises that ace jack to 80k. Round to Ahmed. Motor looks like he wants to defend his big blind. King 6 suited. There are 2 diamonds for him and the top pair for Mark de Matta.
A juicy little flop.
Mark is holding the ace of diamonds as well.
That is 110.
It's 110. Motor makes the call. 7 is a blank for Moto.
He's dead.
250,000. That is 250,000.
Motor checked. Option on Mark. He bets 250 now. So now he's being made to pay for that draw. Significant portion of Moto's chips to make this call on the draw with 1 card to come.
A lot.
Manually, wisely, let's go.
Got to make them pay for their draws.
Gio posts the big blind. Lauren will be under the gun. Action on Lauren when we continue, yeah. Pocket 6 is under the gun.
770 behind. Too early to shove, I think. Yeah.
Shows good discipline, gets out the way with the small pair. Morik not finding anything to play with, Gaz.
Nothing. He's been card dead since he sat down.
Raise to 70,000.
Armored raises from the button. Ace 8. Geo 3 betting to 250.
250,000. 180 more.
And Armored quickly gets rid of that. Any move by Geo is going to be well respected by all of them because of that monster stack he's sitting with there. You don't want to clash with the chip leader.
Indeed not.
He is capable of calling and taking you out. And they are 3 away from the money. posts the big blind. Warwick has got 2 more free looks before the blinds reach him again.
He's going to be in trouble then.
Mark Tamata folds the 4-3 off. Warwick Queen 6 suited. Gets rid of that. Faisal with the big premium. He raises it. Folds it round to Gio. Only Lauren left in the big blind. She folds. Nice hand by Faisal. Ace King suited. Mark Tamata posts the big blind. Warwick is under the gun, still looking for that spot to put it all in. Fast approaching the time when blinds will go up as well, which will put Warwick under even more pressure.
Yep, about 3 minutes.
He's still struggling to find picture cards.
Yeah, he's just done nothing but rubbish since he sat down.
Arithmetic folders. One also out the way. Moto the cutoff folds. Here on the button. 4-3 suited. Kind of cards he likes to raise from there. Folds. Octomata surrenders. Joe takes that hand up on the button.
4-3 suited, the nuts.
It helps with the 4.3 million behind the 4-3. Warwick posts that big blind and big blind ante.
That's the 1 minute warning to the end of the level.
Harold with pocket sixes.
Under the gun +1, so Harold will show some strength there if he raises. Yep, decides to get out of the way.
This is nine-handed, so the small pairs from early on position are dangerous. Players being disciplined and folding them. Lauren did the same with the sixes from early. Octomata small blind now going to raise Warwick's big blind.
And we're going to be at the end of the level very, very shortly.
Warwick saying, please give me something. Just shakes his head. And, I think Mark will show him the ace.
I don't think we can afford the risk.
Warwick, 6 bigs.
And that's before we've updated the blind levels.
Yeah, that's on the old blind level.
So you could be in a bit of drama.
So Harold will be under the gun. New blind levels, 20, 40,000 with a big blind ante of 40, 100k in the middle now.
Waz was sitting here, while on the side, while on the side. We have got 40,000. Things have changed a little.
Big folds. Round to Ahmed. Also out the way.
No, you can't play properly.
The way around to Lauren. Pocket eights.
This could be a moment. In the cutoff. Is it a raise or is it a shove?
Working out. Do a shove or do a raise? All in.
The shove is the shove. He's got a first stack of chips there, Lauren.
Warwick.
First time he picks up a hand for like ever. And Lauren's already all in.
Gave the sigh of resignation and said fold, shows her the ace-7 of clubs.
Yeah, I was definitely showing on She's got an ace. No. It's a pair.
So Warwick has got a whole rotation to find a hand now. And we feel his pain, Gaz. We've all been there where you just don't find a spot and you don't want to get blinded out.
It's a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. But hey ho. And 262. The marathon continues. Remember, these guys started at 11 this morning, so they've already surpassed 12 hours of poker. But it's been enjoyable. They've played some nice poker, and I'm sure everybody back here is, I can speak for, that been some great poker. There's a few laughs and a few lulls. Here comes Ahmed. Queen Jack suited.
It's an 80,000. 90,000.
Moto out the way. Gio out the way. Lauren out the way. Mark out the way. Warwick, no good. A6 for Faisal, he will not get out of the way. That's a flat call from Faisal. Harold with that 5-2. That monster will go into the muck. And we're off to the flop. Ace-6 suited, Queen Jack suited. So 10, 10, 6. Faisowitz is 6. He was already ahead, of course, with the jack, with the ace high. Faisal checked. Ahmed bets, looking to develop his hand further into a straight draw. Looking for nines and kings, really, just to develop it. That's not going to help him, but Faisal is obviously picked up trips now, and that'll be a full house with the 2 10s. So. I think that board's become a little bit too fruity, and Ahmed might check this.
He's got to think, what did Faisal call me with on that flop? He's still going to find out.
So does Faisal raise now, or is it just flat call? Looks like he's just calling. No, Ahmed's definitely got him on a king. Sorry, on a 10 or a 6 here.
Faisal checks, back to Ahmed.
I mean, he can be scared that Ahmed's got a 10 here, of course. He's not got the nuts by any stretch of the imagination.
He shuts down now. Nice hand for Faisal.
Faisal up to 3 million.
Plus 435 in that pot. All the tables still jam-packed for the little slam. Very well supported, this little slam at every stop always. Popular with all the players.
20,000, 40,000 is okay. 40,000. 40,000 is okay.
Folded round. Lauren under the gun +3. Way to mark in the hijack. He's let go. Warwick 10-7 suited in the cutoff. When he's had no cards, those even look good to him. But no, going to get through too many players. Faisal 9-8 suited on the button. Folds. Harold with 4-3 off. And Gareth gets a walk. Motor under the gun.
20, 40, 40 on the big blind ante, 100k in the middle. Mark with a big hand here. Looks like 100k.
ace. Gareth also out the way. Only Ahmed in the big blind left.
And he'll slide the blinds across. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it's plus 100k every time you pick up those blinds and antes now.
Yep.
It's Gavin Sordini taking the walk down the centre, shaking his head. That doesn't sound like a good luck story. Moto in the big blind now. Gio under the gun. And Warwick saying, please just give me a hand before the blinds get back to me.
Queen 9 for Gio. Into the muck.
Yeah.
Mark folds. King 10 for Warwick. And he puts it all in. Faisal has already folded. Harold, 10-9. I don't think he's calling with that. Up to Gareth. Gareth with King Queen. Looks like he's going to isolate. He's just made the call. So it's all in and call by Gareth.
And Gareth's obviously dominating here. Let's see what the flop brings. So no help.
2 10s is out for Warwick, as you can see at the top of the board. 1 10 was folded. That is no help for him. And that is neither, and we will sadly bid farewell to Warwick.
Unlucky Warwick, well played. Great pleasure having you at the table, as always.
Just couldn't find a hand or a spot, and when he did find finally 2 pictures, ran into a bigger pair, a bigger hand.
So our first casualty of the final table.
We're now 2 away from the money. Lauren under the gun. She's out the way. Martin Matas, action on him. Folds ace-9 from early. Basil folds. Harold folds. Round to Gareth.
Pocket 5s for Gareth.
Gio in the big blind left. Makes the call.
All diamonds. And there's a 6 out there to beat those pocket 5s. Two pair no for both players.
one.
Would you take this down unless Gareth can bet the river? And just a mere 300k in that pot. That'll be a starting stack.
Original starting stake, guys, 100%. That was 300 big blinds at the start when blinds were 500, 1,000.
Not anymore.
Mata under the gun.
20, 40, 40 on the big blind ante, and 267. Mark bets.
105,000. 105,000.
Basil's already out of the way. Harold and Gareth follow suit. 5-4 suited, not interested. And Mark will get that through. Well done, sir.
Lauren ace-9 suited, the big blind.
Yep, so a little premature there. Looks like she's going to defend this. Well, that's shoving material or cooling material. Certainly, she's considering all options. Decides to fold.
Mark's reputation is solid. He's raised from under the gun. She doesn't have chips to burn. Quick fold.
Big hand here for Ahmed. Lauren out the way. Pocket sevens for Mark, so this is almost a flip. Interesting now, so he picks up the ace here. Possible straight draws come on board for Mark. Check, so Ahmed's going to bet his ace, I'm assuming. I actually don't know that the smallness of that bet made him fold.
Yeah, it was just looked, why is he betting so little if
Yeah,
he's trying to scare
it's
me
highly
away?
suspect. That's why he folded. I think if he'd have bet the pot there, he might have got a call. Don't know, who knows? The brains of a poker player. An intricate machine. So, what is the time, Mr. Wolf? It's 3 minutes to morning.
Yeah, the truth is I can't read, but you can't move. So you can't watch. You want he's out of my league, you know, face. Look exhausted.
Was railing his friends. Pocket sixes for Gareth. He has raised that to 120k. Folded round to Gio. He gets out the way. The small suited ace. Lauren Jack 10 on the button. Let's go. Mark Queen Deuce. He'll fold. Round to Faisal in the big. He may defend with the Queen 8. Gareth raised a little more than normal. So that should make Faisal fold. Plus 100k for Gareth. There is that leaderboard. 17 bigs for Lauren. Still got play. 695k. Gio at the top. The two players following fairly closely, Faisal and Gareth, around the 3 million mark. Here it is. Round 17, 55 entries originally, 8 players left. Prize pool scrolling up on the right hand side there. Million for first, down to 110 for 6th place, and we are 8 players left, 2 away from the money.
Well played, guys. Well played.
King Jack for Harold. He got a walk with a very nice hand. So Ahmed will be under the gun after Harold gets a walk in that last hand. So Ahmed under the gun, ace-9. Too early a position.
Good morning, everybody. Guess what? Happy birthday, Moon Khan. It's official. Moon is older.
Gary gets in first, a minute after the midnight. Moto looks like he's raised to that ace-10. Folded round to Mark Tamata. He folds, King Jack. Faisal on the button. Harold in the small blind. Nothing to call with there. Only Gareth left in the big blind. 8-5. He says, I'll defend my big blind.
It's also Chandra's birthday today.
gut shot for Gareth. Check, check. There's the 10 for Moto, and he has the ace of hearts in his hand. So looking extremely strong now. Only 3 red sixes as outs for Gareth. Bets 100k. Gareth wisely gets out the way. So Moto will be under the gun. So Moto under the gun with a suited ace. I think that's too early. Folds. Round to Gio with pocket threes. He hasn't played a hand for a while, so Gio will raise that up. Lauren gets out the way. Multimata folds. Basil King Queen suited in the cutoff. You'll come along. Harold, the button. Let's go. Gareth's out the way. Round to Ahmed in the big blind. And he folds his big blind with Queen 6. So Gio's pocket threes versus the King Queen of spades of Faisal. Jack, Jack, 9 flop. A lot of outs for Faisal there now. 3 still ahead. Gio checks. Faisal checks behind. One check, check again. Oh, and there's the case 3 to bring a boat for Gio. Gio building his towers there. Chip leader, 4.5 million chips. Gio under the gun. He folds. Round to Lauren. She folds. Marks out the way. Harold pocket 2s in the cutoff. In the raise. It's round to Ahmed. 3-bet.
300,000 total.
Makes it 300k to go.
Going to the room.
You wanted something?
Harold gets out the way, taps the table. Always does that, Harold. Very courteous on the table. A lot of poker etiquette. Very sporting. So Lauren will be under the gun. Folds that. After Mata. That's no good. Big Roberto on the rail with Mark. Moto, small blind. Just lumped in. He's waiting for action from Gio. Gio asked him what his chip count is. Gio raises. I think Moto was setting up the limp jam because he trusted that Gio would raise. Know your customer.
Only 150.
It's a lot for Gio to call with King Queen off. When a player limps to you and then jams insta when you raise, you know that he was wanting you to do that. Gio's big stack that's making him consider this, thinking if he's got a small to medium pair, I'm flipping. We're going to give it up. Nice hand, Moto. Well played. So Lauren will post the big blind and ante. He folded round to Harold. Gareth is going to raise with the ace-10 from the hijack. With 4 deuce off. Not much to do with that, except head it to the dealer. Motor's out the way. Round to Gio, small blind. He folds and Lauren's out the way quickly too. Plus 100k for Gareth. Faisal will be under the gun. Jack 5 suited. Folds, Harold folds, Gareth folds. On to Ahmed. Ace 9 in the hijack. Raises, Motor folds. As does Gio. To Lauren. She's out the way, only the big blind left of Mark the Mata. And he doesn't like his King 8, so Ahmed will get that race through. There it is, Lauren, 14 bigs. Want to start looking for a few places. She hasn't had much to play with. She knows what she's doing. She's being patient, waiting, pick her spots. Harold as well also hasn't had much to play with. So been very patient. Had to fold after he opened one raise. To Ahmed, Queen 4 off, Motor folds to Gio in the cutoff with the King 7 suited. Folds that. Lauren with ace 5 on the button. So decide, yeah, that's the moment. She's found the ace. Try and pick up those blinds and antes. Mark D'Amato got nothing to call her with. He's folded. Faisal with the suited ace. Says to, I can't call you with that. Shows her the ace 2 suited. And Lauren plus 100k, found her spot. Tables for the Little Slam. Gary out there talking to the players, gleaning information. He went out to go and wish Chandra happy birthday, and Mooney as well. Looks like Moon and Chandra sitting on the same table. So Gareth under the gun. 6 off, it's already in the muck. On to Ahmed. Folds, Moto, Queen Jack. Under the gun plus 2. Gonna raise.
Rates an 85,000.
85,000. Down to Mark Dumata. He folds.
85,000.
Up to Faisal. Queen 10 here in the small blind. Looks like he wants to see a flop. Makes the call. Harold in the big blind now. King 9. And he folds. Faisal finds his 10. Gives a gut shot to Moto.
100,000.
And he bets his gut shot. Let's check to him. Action back on Faisal.
Raise.
He raises. Got top pair with a decent kicker. And Moto folds there to the check raise of Faisal.
So if I told you Dobby had over 1 million chips, it's just outside the door. He's got every chip on
Wow.
the table.
Wow, wow, wow.
I don't know how many's there. It must be over 1 million. I said to him, did you bring them from home? But unbelievable. 167 entries, 93 players still in. Average chip stack 538,000. Sounds about right. Ooh, I'm getting drunk watching this.
Rollicking along that little slab.
Yep, I think they're actually going to play another 2 levels as well. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that is the case. I do know one thing, there's a lot of people who've had a lot of alcohol out there.
Is Dobby one of them?
He seems to be in a reasonable form. I mean, no doubt he's had a beer because he's staying over, but certainly not to the point of intoxication, but there are a few wandering around. But we do have our staff out there making sure everybody's looked after and going to get home safe, so that's good.
And nice to hear that Dobby's got a decent chip stack.
Yeah, he's doing really well, sailing away there.
So Ahmed raises under the gun with a suited ace.
I was keeping half an eye on the table. I didn't see anybody leave, so I'm assuming we still have the same amount of players.
Here comes a big 3-bet. Ace King.
235. 235.
Action on Harold. Faisal has folded. Nothing for Harold. On Gareth, pocket 3s. Has been raised and 3-bet. Gareth fancies to see a flop.
235.
Back to Ahmed. And he gets rid of that. So it's the pocket 3s versus the ace king.
There you go, 3 in a window. How's this guy running?
He has flopped a good few sets, that's for sure.
Mark's going to continue here for sure. Gareth will do well just to take his time and call this flat.
He's going for the repop now. Maybe because of all those spades there.
I'm pretty sure that's why. That'll be a fold from Mark. That'll be the end of that gravy train, as they say.
Not happy. See the body language. Gareth shows him, says only did it because of the flush draw. Exactly what we said.
Yep. Didn't want to get flushed out. He'll still be seeing ghosts from that big hand with Giovanni when he had a set on the turn with the eights and Gio had the main flush.
That was a monster hand.
Yeah. I was just greeting Chandra outside there with a birthday wish, and I was recounting the story to her. Obviously, she's a Gareth fan.
He has a number of them out there. We heard the huge cheers when he went onto the stage.
Oh, the ladies were making the noise, trust me. Jeepers.
Mandela has a lot of supporters, especially from the south. Moto under the gun. Folds. Gio's out the way. On to Lauren. Folds to Mark. He folds that. Faisal out the way. Harold folding. Gareth just limps in here. The Jack 10 to Ahmed's big blind.
It's not often we see limps on this table.
Ahmed is checked.
2 spades, 1 club. And the Jack high is in front here.
Check, check. Gut shot for Gareth now, and he's going to bet it. And that should end the hand. Well, gut shot for Ahmed as well, but he's not going to appeal one for that. Yeah, when you say not many limps, while you were out there, Moto limped ace queen in the small blind when it was folded into Gio, counting on the fact that Gio would raise. Gio did find king queen raised, and Moto went in still all in.
And Gio tanked for a while and folded.
100%. She knew exactly what was going to happen in that scenario. And Moto was counting on the fact that Gio with a big stack wouldn't allow a limp to him.
So I think in terms of the level, we've got approximately 10 minutes. Time flies when you're enjoying yourself. 20, 40, 40 on the big blind ante, hand number 281 for the day.
Mark raising with the pocket twos.
Raiser with the threes.
He folds to the early raiser. Ahmed's folding that.
Unlikely.
Just flat call there. He did indeed. And we go two-way to the flop. No help for the ace queen yet. Picks up a gut shot as well. Ahmed checks. Back to Mark. He checks as well. The twos are still miraculously ahead here.
Miraculous being the right word there.
Action on Ahmed.
No, but it wasn't late, like V-buy was the one for the next day. Yeah, that's one. There's no reason. 145.
As we said it before, the trouble with twos is there's always overs to be repped.
Yeah, any call you're making on a board is a hero call.
You're going to bet 145,000 on a pair of twos. Unlikely. Good bet, good sizing, and good fold.
Mark's leaked a few chips of late. He 3-bet with the ace-king. Gareth flopped the set of threes. He did a few chips there and some more now. So he'll just be looking for a spot to move it back in the right direction. Lauren's been very patient as well, finding a spot every now and again just to keep a chip stack not from going south too far.
Okay, so confirmation from the tournament director that the high roller will return to the feature table at 11 AM tomorrow. So unless something drastic happens in the next, let me just check, 7 minutes and 28 seconds, we will have 8 players returning for day 3 and the culmination of the 40k here. Lauren with the 9s here. This could be an all-in moment for her.
Gary calls it 100% correctly.
So Mark's out of the way. Faisal's folded as well. What has Mr. Brooks got? Something to think about, but he'll get rid of these, I'm sure. Yep. Gareth with 8-6. Mohammed with 10-6.
Shows pocket nines.
When I see the king first.
I know.
Do you see the king first?
Yeah.
Hearts up. No, king. You don't have to even say the word card.
Well, I would know what he's doing straight away.
It's not the worst card for you.
Mark Tamata under the gun. Folds from under the gun. Faisal.
Been very quiet, Faisal.
Chip stack's still gone nicely where it wants to be. He's just played very few hands, but when he hasn't shed chips.
Yep, he's got a fairly snug reputation.
Lauren gets a walk. Very rare walk that you will get from Gio.
He's just been a gentleman.
Faisal will be under the gun. Ace 10.
So Faisal will create some action here, I'm sure. Exactly after one hand after I said he'd be very quiet. I've awoken the giant. I have awakened the Kraken.
The players know he's been quiet, so when he does raise, they will respect it. Harold's also been very quiet here on this feature table, hasn't had too much to play with at all. Came with over $1 million, down to 845.
So there will be no redraw for seats overnight. They will come back to their existing seats. The redraw for the final table has been completed and we will stay in the same seats. Unless someone's changed the rules of poker, of course, overnight. Which I think will be unlikely.
It folds, motors out the way, around to Geo.
Have a look at the old timer. We're down to about 2 minutes, so in a minute's time we'll hear the 1 beep for warnings, and then subsequent to that the 3 or 4 beats as we beat out. And we will take this through to the end of the day's play.
Lauren folds, around to Mark Tamata in the big blind. He's out the way. He's in the small blind, he folds. Faisal lets go of the big blind.
Faisal looks cold and tired. I think the two go hand in hand, to be honest, after a long day at the poker table.
And number 286 of the day, Gary.
Unbelievable.
That's a lot of hands.
It is. Dealers have done well today. Maybe my clock is wrong. I thought we were going to hear the beep.
On before off. Folded round. Geo, Queen Jack. Will raise. Lauren with ace queen. It's almost at the end of the night. She moves all in.
Last minute of the night.
Mata's out the way. Faisal folds. Harold with King Jack. Out the way. He's already folded. Queen Jack a little off, a little too weak to call that amount of chips. He knows Lauren's not going to risk it all right near the end, and she's got a very strong hand.
And we are now counting down 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is the end of the level. So the dealer has started the shuffle. should be giving them bags. I will go and check. So the dealer had started shuffling, so that would indicate the beginning of the deal. Therefore, we will finish the deal. And then Siklay will come and give us the bags. And we will bag and tag. And be back tomorrow morning for an 11 a.m. start. So for the people out there who follow the stream avidly, that means 11:30 for you. First set of cards going to the muck. Lauren with ace 10 here, she might shove this in. Nope, just going to raise it up. No need to risk a whole stack. Probably a smart move, not risking a whole stack. Mark is the king of the three betters today.
Pulls it all the way around to Gareth. Gareth out the way. Back to Lauren.
He's going to fold this.
Yeah, she doesn't like it, but she's got to fold. He shows her.
And that will be that. So thank you to the tech team. Great job today. Flawless performance as always. And thank you to Mark for your commentary.
And likewise to you guys for leading the ship so well.
And it's good night from them, and it's good night from me. And wherever your God may be, or wherever he may be, may he watch over you safely, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams. A world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid.